Okay, let's bring that music down. I'll rely on people to tell me how loud that music actually is. Okie dokes. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Markowsky, and welcome to my studio. Today, we are going to be painting another painting by another one of my very, very favorite artists. This time we're painting a painting by a living artist. We don't often do that. We did a Sherry Boyle painting, a Chris O'Feely, and a David Hockney. I think those are, and today's artist, James Gurney, would be the only living artists that we've looked at so far. So, which is very exciting. James Gurney is also a very well-known YouTuber like myself, so there's that added little bit of pressure on my shoulders that maybe he's even watching right now. So, if you are, James, I'm a huge, huge fan. And, you know, I'm including you in a list of a lot of great artists that we've tackled so far in today's class, or in this course that I'm doing, intro painting class. So let's dive right into it and show you the painting we are going to take on today. This one is it is a little bit of a more difficult painting to do. At least on the outset. I think I'm actually quite confident we're going to be able to do this within about our regular 3 to 4 hour span. Obviously, I don't expect people to do it all at once and to follow me all at the same time. I know a lot of people will paint for a couple of hours and then come back and pick up where they left off. So, before we jump into all of that, I want to let you know that there's an outline of this exact painting. So I traced it on my iPad using Procreate, and you can download it and print it out and transfer it onto a canvas. Now, I've already done this just because to save a little bit of time. It took me about 20 minutes to transfer this onto the canvas, so I'll show you how to do that in a moment. Let's I'll just show you where there's a Dropbox link in the video description below, and you can see all the other artists: George O'Keeffe, Leonardo da Vinci's Mona Lisa, Bob Kane's Batman, Chi Bai Chi, really one of the greatest Chinese artists of all time, Yayoi Kusama, Agnes Pelton we did just the other day, Joe Shuster's Superman, and then some of the artists coming a little bit further down the road here. Probably one of the most famous paintings of all time, Francisco Goya's Saturn Devouring His Sons, which is following along on my Father's Day theme there. Had a little bit of a perverse, my own dad sense of humor. So here's all the artists that we've talked about thus far, plus the other 40 in the Intro to Painting course that is all free, and you're welcome to watch it. There's a link in the video description below for that. Lots of other artists, including David Hockney, who I mentioned earlier. So if you click on the James Gurney link, you will see 3 files, 2 of which look like this. One is a JPEG, one's a PDF, just whichever is easier for you to print out, and then the original painting. I will say I did crop this down a little bit. On the bottom right-hand corner, there was some, I think, mountain goats that were climbing up the hill or down the hill. I just felt like, wow, this painting's, there's already a lot going on, so I kind of zoomed it in and actually inserted his signature there. So if you want to do the full one, you're welcome to do that, but I won't be doing the whole thing today. So let's just kind of cover really quickly. I also want to let you know that there is a private Facebook group just for people who are participating in the class, so people can upload their version of today's painting, and then every month or so I do a feedback session where we look at those paintings and I give people some feedback, some positive criticism, suggestions on how they might go about improving the painting if they want to do that. But you know, it's just my opinion. You're certainly welcome to take it or leave it, right? Let's kind of, I just want to show you a few links. I think, you know, James Gurney was 63 years old. He's most famous for this series of books. We'll take a look at it here in a second, called Dinotopia, which has been made into several different television series, video games. I'm sure there's also probably some board games and t-shirts and everything. Very successful series of books that have, I think, over 2 million copies have been sold around the world in 18 different languages. So even just on that alone, I am in great admiration for an artist that is able to touch the lives of so many people. We'll talk about what those books are, but just essentially, it's a fictional world where dinosaurs live alongside humans. What do I want to say? He taught himself how to draw by looking at illustrations by Howard Pyle and Norman Rockwell. These are also, I mean, I don't know if you're familiar with these two artists. Howard Pyle is, you know, probably like the grandfather of illustration, or I hate to say children's book illustration, but he did illustrate a number of children's books like Treasure Island, etc. And Norman Rockwell, very famous for illustrating the Saturday Evening magazine, Saturday Evening Post covers for decades. Who was, you know, I think both of these artists were sort of neglected by art history, not really considered to be real artists, you know, 50 years ago. And today, I think they are now finally acknowledged as some of the greatest artists of all time. He studied at UC Berkeley, and he studied illustration at Art Center College of Design, which is where I went. I went to Art Center, which is in Pasadena, California. It's where the Rose Bowl is. There's a big football game there on New Year's Day, if I can't remember. And the Rose Bowl parade. It's just 5 to 10 minutes drive north of Los Angeles. And let me see. So him and his friend Thomas Kincaid traveled across the country on trains and made a book on a guide to sketching. And I think it's really interesting. We'll talk about this friendship between Gurney and Kincaid throughout the episode, because I think it is a really, in some ways, a very unlikely partnership, friendship. But when you think about it, it makes a lot of sense, because both of them are super, super skilled craftspersons. Obviously, Thomas Kincaid passed away a few years ago, unfortunately, but regardless of whatever you think about Thomas Kincaid and his artwork, they are technically absolutely gorgeous paintings, right? They're not everyone's taste, and he's certainly got his flack. We did a whole episode around Christmas on Thomas Kincaid. Anything else I want to mention? You know, he illustrated tons of book covers, postage stamps. I'm going to show you, I won't show you a clip, but I'll show you a link to a clip of a very interesting thing talking about this World of Dinosaurs postage stamp series. And, you know, also, if you're not familiar with today's artist through Dinotopia or his YouTube channel, you've probably seen his illustrations in National Geographics, because, you know, anyone who, like myself, grew up reading National Geographics and saw the illustrations of dinosaurs or cavemen, the inside of the pharaoh's tombs, and and people, carrying the dead pharaoh, and so really bringing those architectural or archaeological sites to life. This is his own personal website. Here's a photograph of him, and then a bunch of links to books and prints, videos that he has authored. So this book right here, Color and Light, I have a copy of right here. Great book. And if you are thinking like the classes that I do, that we're doing together twice a week, if you find this to be a little bit on the simpler side for you and you want something a little bit more advanced, diving into a book like that is like you're really upping the game and really starting to get really interested in color theory and how it applies to painting, and how kind of mastering it like James Gurney has, how it can really transform the kinds of paintings you can make. When you have a good understanding of how to use color, it's just like being super fluent in a language, right? That you can express yourself and say anything that you might want to say because you have the vocabulary to do it, right? This is also a really great book, Imaginative Realism. I've read both of these books. They cover slightly different things. I think Color and Light is more about, obviously it's about things that exist, so it's like painting from nature, painting landscapes, painting flowers, painting portraits, all those kind of things, and then goes into super specific detail as to like what do you do when you have different types of shadows and different types of light. What are some tips? And so he's really gives some great information that is really kind of hard to find elsewhere. Artists are notoriously secretive, especially great artists like this. Not every, like, there's been, we've covered about 84 great artists. I think 84 of the greatest artists who've ever lived. And James Gurney, I think, is really the first one that I can think of off the top of my head who has authored a book explaining his process, right? Most of other artists are like, oh, I've figured out a secret method, a secret sauce like Coca-Cola, and I'm not going to let anybody know how I work my magic, right? So I think that's a great gift he's given to humanity by sharing the knowledge that's been passed down to him, right? Imaginative Realism is, I think it's subtitled, How to Paint What Doesn't Exist. So it's a lot more of like how to really get into the details of, if you're thinking of painting something from your imagination, what are some of the considerations you have to make? And going into like, where does the light come from? If you're going to put some imaginary, if you're going to light the scene, what time of day, what kind of atmosphere, warm or cold climate, all these different kinds of things. What is around the figure or object? So all sorts of different things that we can go into on that. Obviously, the books themselves, Dinotopia, are fantastic. Great. Again, I hate to... Often illustrators get lumped into this idea that they illustrate children's books or young adult books. Dinotopia, I think, is probably geared towards like young teenagers, like 10 to 20 years old people. But I think anyone who's kind of a child at heart can certainly appreciate these stories. Just as, I read Treasure Island for the first time just a few years ago, and I was just like page turning, and it's supposed to be for children, but if, I remember seeing the Disney movie when I was a kid and being enthralled, and it brought back a lot of those same kind of memories. So, here's a link to Dinotopia. I don't think I'm going to get into... We'll talk about it as we go. He also has like his own personal blog here, where he's often posting all sorts of... like he breaks... In this here, he's breaking down a painting and kind of how it would have been made. And you can see here he is a compulsive sketcher and painter. He produces a lot of work, which is something that is really inspiring to me personally. I'm not going to play this video. Oh, it's gone back to the beginning. But this is the one I was talking about. There's kind of a celebration of this new series of stamps that he illustrated along with, I think, a new museum in Denver. And I think this video is probably from the early 2000s, the early aughts, or late 90s, I guess. But this is, I don't know if you've heard of this Canopy. If you have a library card, often you can watch videos on Canopy for free. Otherwise, I think there's like a $5.99 a month subscription or something. And then just want to mention he's on Instagram and Twitter. Anyway, so let's get right to it. There's lots of things in the chat there. So let me get to that in a second. I do want to get going on the painting itself, though. So, oops, no, I didn't mean to open that. Darn. Let's get the music back up. I want to play this video which is me just doing the outline on this canvas. So I'll make this go live. Let's just kind of skip ahead here. So I'm just sort of explaining how this is done. What I do is I take one of these blank canvases and then I give it a little sanding, so that I take off some of the texture on the surface, and then I'm using, can you see that, carbon paper? So I take a sheet of carbon paper out, and you can see I've used that carbon paper a number of times, but you can use that same piece of carbon paper probably 10-20 times. I used to think you could only use it once and then it was garbage, until I had to use it again, and I found there's very little, after you've used it a whole bunch of times and there's lines everywhere, then obviously there's no carbon or graphite, if you're using graphite paper, that will come off, so you do have to switch it up. But anyway, you can also see on this printout, I accidentally turned my printer off and missed the last few, last inch on the bottom of the page. That's not a problem, because that part is really just the bottom of the mountain. So anyway, you put it on there and start tracing. And one thing I did do is I just made a little mark, because it's helpful to make sure your horizon is level here. Not a super big deal, but if your horizon was like really dramatically crooked, it would make, I don't know, it's something that just really annoys me personally. So yeah, we go through all of this. One of the things that I do here is, you can probably see I don't do every single line, right? I think I noticed, oh, there's a few windows that I forgot to draw on there. And I went back and did that, and then you peel the tape off, save the carbon paper, and you can use it again. So then you have, let's show this. All right. So, okay. So then you've got your canvas and this extra piece. If you have double-sided carbon paper, it also transfers the image onto the other side, which means you could do a mirrored version of it if you wanted. And I usually keep these and let our daughter draw on top of them. So they're kind of a fun little thing. Now, one thing I did forget to do with this painting was to sand it. And this is this is a piece of wood that I put my sandpaper around. I don't know where I learned, and I'm just going to change the sandpaper here because it's been on here for a while. I don't know who taught me this or where I saw this done, But every time other people have seen it, they've been like, "Whoa, wow, that's a great idea." So I'm not taking credit for it at all. I'm just I'm lucky enough to have stumbled upon this. So I'm just going to cut the strip. This will go in the garbage. So just kind of pull it tight, and then if you got a staple gun, and I didn't wrap it very well, but there you go. And if these stick out a little bit, quick little tap, and there you go. So as I said, I usually sand these down, and I forgot to do it, of course. So I'm going to just give it a little sand, and hopefully I don't smudge this image too much. Okay, definitely makes a difference. It's a brand new piece of sandpaper when I've been using that same piece of sandpaper for a few months now, and I started to wonder how much of an effect. Yeah, nice and smooth. Beautiful. Okay. Wow, there's so many comments. Wow, okay. So I'll answer, there's lots of stuff in there, but I think that might be a good thing when I take a short, while I'm waiting for the next little step to dry. I'll go into that. Okay, so I've got my painting done, my underdrawing completed and transferred onto the canvas. So now I'm ready to apply some paint onto here. So typically what I do is put down a warm ground, and today I'm going to do the same sort of thing. So all of my paints can all fit inside of this shoebox. I'm not going to put them all out just yet. I'm going to start out with some warm yellow and a big brush and some water. I would say there's maybe 1-to-1 water and paint here. And this is really the only time I've ever put water on my canvas. Maybe I'll just do a little bit more. I know some of this is familiar to people watching, but as I always say, roughly 60% of the people watching these episodes are people that are brand new viewers, people that aren't subscribed to my videos. So I want to make sure I'm as inclusive as possible so that I don't lose anyone who's has no idea what we're doing here. Okay. So I'm just going to wipe a little bit of this excess paint off. I don't want too many streaks. I don't mind if there's streaks on it, because we're going to cover this whole thing. But too many can kind of start showing through different layers. Now, also, I really try to get my edges in here, the sides of my painting. Okay, looks good, nice and bright. So that big warm background is going to help imbue this painting with some golden warmth that's going to come through, because it is a pretty cold scene, right? We've got this balloon flying over the tops of these mountains, of which this building is built upon one of them, right? And we do see that there is like some kind of almost a little bit of warm sunset light almost that's hitting these buildings from the left-hand side here, right? So that light is going to come out in these paintings. We're obviously going to paint over everything here, including all these pencil lines. I sort of made, well, I was going to say I put the lines on dark, but I sort of didn't. I generally don't worry about pressing too hard or too light. If anything, I want to paint or have my transfer lines with the carbon paper done relatively dark, because it's always easier if they're darker than if they're too light and I can't see them, because I can always hide anything quite easily with a little bit of white paint here. I'm just going to clean all this excess paint right off my palette here. Okay, and I can blow dry this if I want to speed up the drawing, but I just want to, there's lots of stuff in the chat, so let me just get to that really quickly. Joshua says, "Hey everyone, nice to be in this master study. Just a question for Markowsky. Will you cover some Spanish artists since you have covered Indian and Asian artists?" Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Francisco de Goya is next Tuesday, I think. And there's plenty more coming down. I'll be doing this for another year, so yeah, absolutely. I'm trying to do my best to cover as many different artists from around the world as possible, because I think there's great artists from every single culture, every single race, every single gender, and so forth. So I really intend this course to be a celebration of all the great artists that have come before us, and in James Gurney's case, who are still with us, right? Deborah says, "Hi Josh, Picasso is Spanish and so is Goya, and I think we are doing one of Goya's." Okay. And so is Salvador Dali. Yes. Oh, because you're Hispanic. Okay, so that's cool. That's great. Awesome. Deborah says, "I really enjoyed Michael's drawing class where we sketched Picasso's work." Yes. We are going to eventually do a few Picasso paintings. I was thinking about doing like a week's worth of Picasso at some point. I did have like in my mind, I wanted to... Picasso is such an obvious choice of artist, because he's really one of the most famous artists of all time. And I kind of purposefully have been kind of delaying talking about Picasso, because I wanted to show as many other artists out there who I think are just as good, if not better, than Picasso. Picasso is great, but there's, I think, a lot of artists that are far more deserving of the public's attention than Picasso. Not, again, I've got like a dozen Picasso books here, so nothing against Picasso, but I just, and he's been hugely influential for me too, and I've gone to his museums and exhibitions, and yes, yeah, we talked about Picasso in the drawing course, which is also free, and if there's a link to it down below, you can go and start watching and drawing right now. Also, I am going to be teaching in person in Vancouver in July and August. I don't know the exact dates just yet, but if you are in the Vancouver area and you want to come and take the drawing classes with me and a photography class, I'll be doing those at the Mount Pleasant Community Center in July and August. There's only 14 people allowed because of social distancing. So, but I'll put the link up on the Facebook page there for people who are interested. Okay. Great. This is still just a tad bit wet, so I'm just going to blow dry it, and then we will start painting on top of it. Okay, so let's put some paint onto the palette here. We got our yellow. If you're wondering what colors I use, there's links to buy them directly in the description below as well. And it's on the very first episode of the previous Intro to Painting course. Talked all about that, and I will say that I am going to use different colors than James Gurney does. James Gurney, he uses often different paint depending on different imagery, scenarios, lighting situations that he wants to create in his paintings, which, you know, if you're a more advanced artist, that I think is a perfectly suitable thing to do. You know, it's like maybe using more specific tools for the job. Part of my whole approach is really as a introductory. I'm trying to teach painting for people that may have never ever made a painting before, or maybe they're very young, or they're just thinking about getting into it. And the colors and I'm also using relatively inexpensive paint, and the colors that I suggest, you know, I think I've proven over the course of the past 6-7 months that we can make pretty much every single painting that's ever been made with these colors. So the difference is, you know, like why, you know, well then why, if there's 6 colors here and we can make every single color ever made, would you ever go and buy a tube of $50 burnt umber or phthalo green or quinacridone violet? Or why would you spend money on these colors that we can mix here? Great point, or great question. The answer is, if you find yourself making the same paintings over and over and over again, right, and you are really interested in only painting portraits, and not only just painting portraits, but painting portraits of Hawaiian, older Hawaiian men or something, I don't know, right? Well, then some of these colors are probably, you're not going to be using as much, but you might be mixing browns over and over and over again, and to make flesh tones and hair. And you know, you notice here we don't have a brown on the palette. And I've shown you how to mix brown. But if you're using brown over and over, then you may want to think about getting, you know, modifying your palette, and that's in a more specific way. Now, personally, that's the way I also used to paint. But since I've been painting in this way while I've been teaching, it's made more and more and more sense to me to continue painting with a palette that allows me to literally make any color, virtually 95% of all the colors that exist in nature and even synthetically, right? Because then it just gives me that flexibility, right? And I also think this is definitely way easier than going into the more specific nitty-gritties of color theory. Anyway, so that's just, I wanted to kind of quickly mention that, because some of his more, showed very briefly, he has a video series on how to paint with triads, which is 3 paints, and, a triad could be, one of your yellow, 1 red, and 1 blue, but it could also be 3 different yellows, or 3 different greens. That obviously we don't have a green here because we mixed them all, right? So he talk about a very limited palette. He's even simplified it even more, but it is very much more an advanced kind of approach to painting. Okay, so let's get right into this and think about what we want to do first. So there is our background up here. This is going to be, our cool blue. We're going to have some cool yellow and cool red. And then as we move closer, things are going to warm up ever so slightly. Even though there's a lot of cold colors, because it is a colder environment, we're still going to have some warmth, especially, the side here that is getting this warm light. Anyway, so let's start by getting some of the sky back here painted in. So, because I usually work back to front and then go back to the back and then work my way back to the front to complete the painting. So let's start out with some cool blue. And if I put this directly on there right now, it will probably be a little bit too dark, and it will probably kind of absorb some of that yellow and go a bit green. So I'm going to put a little bit of white in here to help block out some of that yellow. And you could say, well, why not just not paint yellow there in the first place? Because it's not that I want to completely obliterate the yellow, I just don't want 100% of it shining through. I still want to use the warmth of that light in here. So I'm going to mix this one. It's got some white in there, probably a third white to blue. And I'm going to err a little bit more on the lighter side of things, because if I want, I can always put another layer of blue over top of this. Yeah, okay, so let's just start painting. And I don't mind if I overlap this shape, right? I don't really want to make a point of going all the way over it, but if I go a little bit over it, that's totally fine, because I'm going to paint other things. You can see there's some cables and things here. I'm not too concerned about all that either. Okay, so you see there's a little bit of some yellow kind of coming through. It's a little bit patchy as that first layer because there's still that weave in the canvas. And then I'm just going to take this brush, I'm going to take some of the paint off the brush and then just kind of smooth out this line a little bit here. Just so it's as unhard as possible. Or if that doesn't make, my mother would slap me for saying, using such poor grammar. Now you can see, obviously I've lost some detail in this. My point with doing the tracing onto the canvas is never to make it super like so that I'm just painting by numbers. It's really just to help me compositionally, so that I'm not sitting here, which I have done the first maybe 20 episodes of that previous intro to painting class. We did eyeball everything, and I did find it would take, you know, sometimes an hour just to get the drawing on the canvas done, and often people would be so fixated on the drawing that they wouldn't get much painting done, or even if the application of paint was done masterfully and just, it was absolutely gorgeous, all people could see is their failure to get the underdrawing done satisfactorily, right? And that would just upset them endlessly, that they're, you know, maybe the proportions of a face were slightly askew, and so this is a way of kind of just leapfrogging over that and getting right to the painting, and we already, so that we know that generally everything's in the right place, and then we can use the original image to kind of fill in the blanks here. Okay, so we've got that initial layer on here. I'm going to put some other colors on top, and then we're going to blend some things together. So this is still a little bit wet, so let's I'm going to blow dry it. I'm basically going to tackle most of this sky right now, because I think if we can get that nailed in place, then it'll be a lot easier for us to do some of these other details. And again, I've lost some of the detail here, but I know that the general shape of this balloon is here, and this, what would you call it? Skiff, or a sled, or a boat, or whatever it is that's hanging from this balloon. This is entirely an imaginary scene, right? The palace in the clouds. So, okay. So how about let's try putting some cool yellow across here. So to do that, I'm just going to take some white and some cool yellow. Let's mix this together. And I'm going to put just a little bit of slow dry medium in here just to help with any blending that I might want to do. It's also going to make it just a tad bit more transparent. Okay. So, kind of roughly up here, I think, is where this yellow is going to go. paint over some of the blue down here. I think I went a little bit too low on my blue. I should have probably stopped a little bit higher. Now you can see it's quite green. So that's okay. Just take this. Just as I was starting to do this, I was thinking like, oh, it's starting to warm up here, and we might have similar sort of issues that I had with that first Agnes Pelton here. So I probably won't do too much blending in today's episode, even though there's some places where they could certainly use it like this. So maybe while that's happening, I'm going to take a bit of white. I'm going to take a bit of cool red. This is probably going to make this go a little bit orangey, but I think I'm going to have to put more yellow on here anyway, so I'm just going to I'm going to blow dry that, and then I'm going to put some yellow and white back on top of here. So I'm just basically going to do what I just did, but I'm going to do it again. Let's put some more, I'm going to put more white in it this time. Might as well just go right across here. Okay. And then I'm just going to take my rag and just wipe this off again. Just softening up those edges just a bit. A little bit patchy, but not too bad. Okay, and then let's now do the same thing with that this cool red down here. Oops, I need more white. Okay, just gotta make sure I got a little bit of bright red, and it's just going to wipe my brush off. You could use your mop brush to do a little bit of blending too, but okay, I'm just going to paint some white over there eventually, so we'll get to that. Now I'm going to come back and do the top, the blue up here again. So let's take some of this blue, some white, now I can go a little bit darker if I want, and put a little bit of slow dry medium in there. To help with the blending as we get further down the painting. So first I just want to make sure I've got most of any kind of patchiness areas up here taken care of. Okay. And then I'm just going to take a bunch more white. In fact, I'm going to put a little bit of slow dry medium in here. Have to come back with some yellow, it looks like. That's okay. Okay, and I'm just gonna wipe that brush off. And where's my mop brush? Let's see if I can just soften this edge a bit. Bad, I just don't like that darker line up here. Closer. Okay, so I'm just gonna, let's do I'm gonna take again some more white, mostly white. It's yellow. Okay. That's okay. I think I might come back and add a little bit more blue up here, but I think what I want to do is move down and kind of, because who knows, I might be totally fine with this in 20 minutes. I'm not sure. Because we have now our horizon line, these mountains are somewhere, the first row is somewhere in here. So let's kind of start laying that in. So just as a heads up, some of these details might disappear a little bit, but it's not overly complex, that background, that we can't figure it out ourselves, right? so here's our white. Let's actually mix it with this cool blue. Right here, let's put a bit of slow dry medium in there. I'm just going to use my mop brush here to do a little bit of blending. So some of that came off. So. You know what? I'm just going to carry this color through. I'm going to paint a lot of it actually now with this. This is still my cool white. Cool blue white. As we get closer to the bottom, I'm probably going to put less of it in the warmer sides here to keep that area nice and warm. And this area, you know, I might just... debating whether to make this, just turn this, you know what, I think I'm gonna get rid of this angle of from the other mountain kind of coming across. I'm just gonna get rid of it entirely. Okay, so let's blow dry that. Still a little bit tacky. I do want to still focus a little bit here on the horizon, but I'm just going to move, because it's still wet, I'm just going to move on to, I think, this flying ship. So that flying ship, I think I'm just going to put some warm yellow right there, and kind of a thin coat of it. So let's just take some warm yellow right out of the tube. Actually, you know what? Before I do that, I am going to clean this shape up a little bit. And put a little bit of white over top of a few places here. So we'll just get the shape of the balloon back. Now I know that the compulsion might be to try to just do a really nice, like, avoid getting any paint on the balloon and stuff. When I find what ends up happening when I do that is you see all this fidgeting in the background with that color there, and I don't want that look at all. I want to have kind of as clean of a background as possible. So that's why I paint right over top of the lines like that, and then I'm going to paint over top of it, and you'll never know that there was that white or anything there. Okay, and same thing here with this ship. Now I can later on go and, you know, paint around and put some blue around different areas if I want. But I'll wait until later on. And remember, we're still in a very early part of this painting. So you can see I'm being pretty loose and a little bit careless, quite frankly, of how I apply paint on here. This is kind of just I'm not applying big thick globs of white paint. I'm actually kind of painting fairly thin. So I also don't want to have too much texture in these places, which then I am forced to overcome. This one here. And I may, you know, do more painting and even paint over a bit of this white that I just put down. I'm just, you know, putting them in here while I can still see maybe a little bit of these lines before moving on. Okay. So I think that's dry. So then I'm just going to now take this warm yellow. And most yellows are relatively transparent. So I'm not so too worried about being able to see any lines that might be underneath this at all. Okay. And you know, I think I might even paint all of these buildings this yellow now that I'm seeing how that looks. So I'm just gonna go down here, and wherever there's this kind of brick, even the green, I'm gonna paint over top of that. And even the stuff that's in the shade too. I should use just a bit larger. Why am I using such a small brush for that? I just all of a sudden realized I already have a brush with yellow. Okay. This is all dry. You can see the difference between when I paint on the white versus when I painted the yellow over top of this cool white blue, right? It's already transforming that color a little bit. I don't mind that so much because this is just a little bit further away in the distance, so it's okay if the color is slightly a little bit different. But if it was anywhere else, I might want to consider putting white on there. But there's going to be enough paint over top of that area that I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem. Okay. What should we do next? I think I'm going to come back up here and bring some of this snowy, cool color just a little bit higher in the background. But before I do that, I'm going to blow dry that just to lock in all these colors that I've got so far. So if you were really struggling with any of this blending that was happening, then you can let it dry and then do some touch-ups with the glazing fluid. So I think I'll do that. Should I do that now? Well, I'm going to raise this horizon line just a little bit up so that we're a little bit closer to the original and start putting some mountain peaks and stuff here. But, you know, often and I've been guilty of it too, like, really getting obsessed with trying to get the blending correct. I think at this is actually not bad, especially for like an underpainting. And then you can use glazing fluid and to do like really much more specific pointed corrections or fixing. So maybe I'll do just a little bit of a glaze on this top. Where should I do that? Let's do it right here, I guess. So here's my glazing fluid. So there's lots. Okay. Still, you know, it's still a little wet there. I'm always leery about doing any sort of blending over top of acrylic paint before it's mostly dried, mostly cured, just because then you start to kind of scrub paint that's not bad. We'll see. You'll see pretty quickly here what kind of problems I run into. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just glaze this. Let's do this right here. Put some white in there. Some of this blue. Blending brush, my mop brush is in the water. So let's bring this up even more. See, ideally I should be doing smaller sections at a time. So maybe I just get a little bit impatient. So I'm just going to wipe that away. And I'm not sure how this looks on camera. It looks pretty good in person. It's just a little, it just requires some finessing, and sometimes it just takes a little bit of time to get it. I think that's better. Seems to kind of dip down a little bit right by the tower. So Although, you know, when I look at his, there's also, it's not super clean either, so I think again, this is part of what's happening is because I'm a little impatient. I think I gotta blow dry that rather than finicky up here. I'm gonna finicky down here, So let's take a little bit more of this glazing fluid. We'll do glaze here. Take a bit more white. The color, making sure it's nicely mixed in. That's better. So you see how we can just kind of slowly kind of clean things up if you're not happy with it. I think I will do a little bit more there, but I need to let that dry, and probably it's about time that I move on anyway. So let's take this same color. I'm going to put maybe a bit more white into it. Okay. I think it's good enough for the background, for at least for now. If I want, I'll touch it up later. So I've got a bunch of brushes here. It's a good time for me, before I move on to the next step, just to clean things up. This is my mop brush. You know, it's got a lot of paint on it, and that paint was pretty dry, or close to being dry, right? So it's a good idea to let your mop brush sit in the water for a little bit, and give it a little time out, let it think about what it's done. And with this mop brush, I may even blow dry it here a little bit, but I'll just let it sit and air dry, and we'll see. Okay, so I feel pretty good about where we are, right? So we've been painting for about an hour, and we've got, it might seem like, I always think, you know, a lot of people have beginner artists can have very interesting expectations of what to expect in a painting. And I think some of them expect that really an hour in you should be, well, let's say the painting takes let's say this is a 4-hour painting, right? I think some people think, well, it should visibly appear to be 25% done after that first hour. What I would say to that is that really it might, even though I feel like I'm 25% done the painting right now, it might only appear to be 2% done, because I haven't done all the little details. I think all of that, I'm trying to think how to explain, I'll have to think about how to explain this, but really the painting doesn't appear to be 75% done, 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 until I'm visually, I'm 75% done. When I'm actually like 95% done. I don't know how to explain that. I'll think about it as I go here. It's something I think about all the time, though. So let's start putting in some mountains in the background, and we're going to start kind of moving our way towards the foreground. Now, I've obliterated some of them. I'm not too concerned about that, though. So oops, that's got paint on it. I'm going to take a smaller brush to do this, because we're going to do some details in the background. Sometimes feel like some of my brush, there it goes, just run away or something, or they just hide in there. Okay, so we're going to use the similar colors that we've been using thus far. We're just going to be a little bit, so far these were pretty soft applications of color. We're going to move on to some kind of harder, kind of more jagged shapes. So let's get a bit more cool blue onto the painting. Whoa! Didn't mean to put that much big blob on my palette there, but okay. So here's this cool blue. Let's take some, because we don't want to put really any super, we might use a little, get close to putting this color in the background, but we're going to mix white in with everything, because we want the most intense color, the color right out of the tube, if you will, right up in the foreground, and everything as it starts moving back in space gets more and more white into it to give the simulation of atmosphere, right? Deborah says, I have to go now. I overextended myself, and now I'm wiped. I will paint this tomorrow. Thanks, Michael, for this man is one of my favorite artists also. Awesome. Okay, Deborah. Hope you feel better tomorrow. Okay. Maybe let's zoom in here. Zoom out a little bit. Okay. And then let's get the just dry. Okay. So with these mountains, I'm just going to start out with, I'm going to like literally paint just some like triangular shapes here. And then I'm going to put down some white over top of it. May even these, some of them are pretty intense, pretty pretty dark. I might even darken some of those, or sorry, lighten a little bit of this as we go, but let's see. So I'm just sort of like blocking in these shapes here, and vaguely going by his what he painted, but I'm also sort of, I like that this large grouping of mountains here. Like, oh, there's this off on the side. Okay, and then I'm going to start doing, now we're going to put some warm blue in here in a, maybe, actually before I move on to that, let's just look on the other side. Do we want to, no, that's okay. Okay, so, yeah, I'm going to start doing detail all over all of these mountains. So let's zoom back out. So I'm going to take a bit of warm blue and my cool blue, so let's put them side by side here, and some white. So now I'm taking this cool blue and adding a bit of warmth to it, right, which is going to change that color ever so slightly. It's still going to look like it was, like it's shadowy or kind of stuff, but now it's slightly warmer shadows, which is going to start pulling these shapes towards us. And there's some rocks and stuff in here. I think I'll just paint that right over top. Okay. I think it's quite fascinating. Like, if we look right here on the bottom left of his painting, you can see this is a shadow being cast by a mountain that's unseen, that's outside of the frame, which I think is, you know, a really smart little thing that he's included there, because it helps show the scale of these mountains. I mean, that's also what he did on the bottom right of the image as well, you know, with those mountain goats, is just continuing to overlap shapes in front of one another to really give a sense of scale to this image. I'm just going to go up in size and brushes, so from this tiny little brush just to a slightly larger one, because otherwise I'm going to start really finicking with things, and this is part of the painting on the very bottom here that you know, wasn't even included in my image. So I'm just sort of using my imagination to extend it. You see that I'm not really even bothering to put in detail where the you know, there's some really nice marbling almost that he's got there. I'll do that, I think, later. All this rocky outcropping here. I'm just going to paint right through that, and we'll add all that later on. So I was just mixing some paint because I ran out, and I had to make sure I had a little bit of cool yellow in that color, or cool blue, I mean, sorry. Otherwise it would go a little bit too dark, because I just wanted to keep this relatively consistent for right now. I have to think about how I want to deal with this area of the painting here, but okay, so let's just zoom out and you can sort of see where I'm at right now. Similarly. Okay. Oh, yeah. Just spilled a bit of water on my table here, 1 second. Okay, so hopefully it's probably pretty subtle, but even just this slightly warmer, cold, like the shadowy side of the mountain all of a sudden feels, okay. It's so hot down here again. Let's just turn that camera off for a minute. Okay. Okay, my overhead camera is overheating. Today was one of those days where my daughter and I went for a walk. It was raining and it was cold. We were wearing sweaters and rain jackets and toques. We went out at like 9:30. She loves stomping in puddles and in the rain. And then about an hour later, we were in our t-shirts and sweating without our hats and everything off. So that's your Vancouver weather for you. And of course, it's still kind of hot, which is why my camera equipment sometimes goes on the blink. There we go. Okay. So now what should we do? I do like this same color, and I'm gonna yeah, maybe let's put a little hints of it in some of the, because it actually will make some of those shadows look even darker. Right. So let's zoom in. So we'll just put a little bit . You can see how, small this is, right? That's my pinky finger, so we're not putting in a ton of detail. Now let's go the other way. Let's put some white on, and we're going to kind of start putting it across here as like little clouds. You can also see that these clouds have a bit of a purpley quality to them, right? So we'll make sure we'll add a little bit of purple in the clouds. We'll get there. So I'm going to take some white, pretty much just white right out of the tube. And I'm catching the light on some of these. I'm also going to use put a bit of yellow in some places, but we'll get there. And so maybe while I'm right here, actually before I move on, I'm just going to take a bit of cool yellow. Where is it? And just... That might be too much, but let's see. I'm just going to dab a bit of this cool yellow in a few places. It looks, I don't know if it's really showing up on camera or not, but it's just very subtle, just little hits of that. Okay. Now let's make a... In fact, actually, what I'm going to do is make a bit of a gray that we're going to apply on some of these clouds, and then we're going to dilute it significantly. So to make a gray, what we do, let's take some, well, let's see, we'll mix it right here. Some cool red, cool blue, let's take a bit of cool yellow. Mix this together, we're going to get kind of a muddy, dark color, which we can use all over the place. Okay, nice dark color. Now we're going to add a tiny bit of it to some white. So I'm actually going to take my brush and just kind of wipe off all that excess paint. Maybe I'll even just give it a quick clean. There we go. Oops. Okay, so I'm going to take this white. And you can see I used mostly cool colors, right, to get a cold color for the background. Alright, so this is a little bit of a gray. And a gray in the background too is great because it's also going to help give us some sense of distance. So... So just taking my time, I'm going to build up these clouds with a few different layers of gray. Maybe you'd see that, like, there's a bit of that purpliness in here. So back there, I'm just going to take my mop brush. So now I'm going to come back into where this red was worked on. Now, obviously, I'm not going to. He probably, I don't know. He's a relatively fast painter, so I don't know how long he spent on his painting, but I'd certainly, I want to be done here in about in the next 2 hours max, right? So I'm not going to get all the lovely detail that he had in there. So let's just take a bit more of this. Soften anything up, just a quick spin with your mop brush over top of things. Just take any hard edges off them. Right as on the other side here, I'm just doing a few little spots. Putting a bit of this gray down there. And then maybe even, remember I said there was a bit of a gray cast. I'm just going to put that in right now while I've got it on my brush. I'll probably paint most of that over, but sometimes I just do things like that while it's on the top of my head. Same sort of thing. I just realized I forget all of these mountains over here. Okay. Why don't I'm just going to take a second to tackle that. Well, just going to clean the brush. Okay, so then I'm going to come back with some white over top of some of this here. There's a bit of gray in that white, but that's okay. Okay. Now let's go the other way. Actually, you know what? Let's put a little bit more purple into this color. So To get a purple, I take warm blue and cool red, mix it together, and I get a nice purple. That's obviously way too intense to paint anywhere in the background, so I'm just going to take, clean that off, and then put some fresh paint on my brush, fresh white I mean, just getting a bit of that color on here. And if I want to darken it, I can add a little bit of this here too. So it's not only a little bit on the gray side, it's got a bit of purple in there. So let's see. This might be a little bit on the too dark, yeah. So I'm just going to add a little bit more white to it. In a few moments here, I'm going to go back in with just some mostly white and kind of fluff up these clouds a little bit. Okay, so as promised, let's now take some white. I didn't clean my brush, I just sort of wiped paint off. I don't want it to be totally clean, because otherwise it might just be way too bright. So with like clouds, like obviously it's tricky because you're managing transparency and solidity, and you don't want them to be too heavy, and you don't want them to, if they're too light, they don't really look like clouds. They lose their shape, right? So I think the best next step would be to, like, I'm quite happy with where I am right now. Right, this would probably, if you were wanting to take a break, this would be a great place to get your painting to before you were to kind of walk away for the day. This would be, you know, a great underpainting level. Like, we've got our drawing in place, we've got kind of the blending in the background in place, we've got the mountains quite roughly blocked in, but everything that is required is there. So now we're going to start doing the detail. We're going to start putting detail into the buildings, into the flying ship, putting some rocks in. I feel pretty good about where we are. I actually think, like, this, what we've done so far, is the most difficult part of this painting. It might, you know, there's going to be some finicking and fiddling and small brush strokes to get, you know, the architecture done. But really, that's all fairly straightforward. Like, it's getting the, you know, I always talk about, like, it's like a foundation of a house, right? You need that foundation to be strong so that whatever you build on there isn't going to fall apart. And I think as we go, there's going to be less and less blending that I can think of that we're going to need for the remainder of the painting. So if blending was one of your things that you dislike doing the most, then there's very little of it that I can think of just off the top of my head that we will need to do. It's a good idea to clean your brush this stage. Okay, so let's think about our next step here. The next step, I think, is to mix. Where should we go? Maybe this, how wet is all this? I'm just going to blow dry this, and then I think I'm going to work on the flying ship. So the next thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to mix a brown, a warm brown, because really all the browns are in the foreground, right? We don't really have any browns in the background that I know. So let's mix. So to make a warm brown, and maybe I'll make that right up here. Need some more warm yellow. And we're gonna mix enough of it that we can use and we can modify from it. So I'm gonna take some warm yellow and take some warm red. Let's get a nice warm orange here. And then we're going to take some warm blue. We don't need nearly as much of it. And the more blue we put in, the darker it's going to go, right? So here's kind of a nice, here's the dark brown. We can use this pretty much immediately right now to do rocks. But I want to move a little bit higher up, and rather than working down the bottom of the painting, I want to work a bit higher. Actually, I could use this brown that we've got right here for a few things in the flying ship, so we'll do that first. Let's zoom in. Okay. So there's part of that, you know, that's the very top of this painting, or at least what I was able to find. There might, it might be from a larger paint. I don't think so. So we're going to have to kind of use our imaginations to kind of make a few things up. Okay. So I'm going to use this dark brown. I'm going to put it right in here as the shadow side of this ship. There's some like things hanging off the ship, like bags and like sandbags, it looks like, to help it land and that kind of thing. I think I'm just gonna, so there's that propeller too. I think I'm just gonna, I'll paint that in later, I think. Just, we'll see with time. I'm not happy with this. It's not lining up with the balloon. It's kind of going in one direction, the balloon's going this way, so I wonder how I can correct that right now. It might mean doing some work there, we'll see. I'm just going to add like another hump kind of thing here. Let's go a little bit off script a bit. Okay. Let's get the tail. Okay, and then we've got the top part of that balloon. I'm just going to grab a pencil and just draw in because I want this to curve around. And then this is going to be kind of a brownish red. So I'll mix that here in a moment. Yeah, I'm going to have to do something here. We'll see. Maybe I'll be okay. I don't know. Okay, so at any rate, I have this brown color. I'm going to add more. Oops, where am I? On camera here. There we are. I'm going to take some more red. This is my brown. I'm just going to take and some yellow. is if I just take the warm yellow and warm red and mix it together, I'm just going to have an orange. I want a bit more of a slightly dirty orange for that top half of the balloon up here. See how I made that little boo-boo and I just sort of wiped it away as quickly as possible. So painting a bit over top of the blue. Almost gives it a bit of a natural outline where this brownish red goes into the blue. Just also going to paint over some of that brown I applied there. It gives it just a little bit more variety of color in the shadows. Other thing I'm going to do just before this is kind of set, I'm just going to, as I go over this, try to get the brush strokes to align with the way that I painted that originally. Okay, cool. Oh, I didn't even see that big circle there. Maybe can I wipe a bit of this away with my finger? Bad. Oh, I didn't even notice it crossed. That's fine. I think that'll be okay. While I'm here, I'm going to take my darker brown and I'm just going to kind of go over top. Actually, you know what? That's just too wet, so I'm going to let that dry for a second. While that's drying, let's put a bit of white in here. So just taking a bit of white on my brush. Let's mix that together. Probably should have just done this as a bit of a glaze to get a bit, but I don't mind that, actually. Okay. Now I'm going to take actually this red color that we were just using for the above, just get some on my brush, and I'm going to just do a little bit of this, these stripes on here. I'm not going to do them everywhere. Some of them are going to be darker and lighter than others. I like the way, like, he's one of the things that makes James Gurney such a genius is the way that he is able to age things. Often when people paint things from the future or other worlds, everything is shiny and clean and brand new. He's really skilled at giving things like a patina of that's like they've been weathered and they've been used, you know, like a balloon like this, like all these stains that are on it. That is gorgeous stuff. We'll glaze a little bit on underneath there to get that. So I'm just continuing them a little bit in here. Ah! Oh no. Got paint elsewhere. So I got a bit of brown outside on my blue sky. So very quickly, if I can wipe that away, that's great. If not, I would have to kind of maybe do some touch-ups, or I'd have to think about like what I could put in those places to make it work. Okay. Now, all of those, these kind of waveforms that are on there, that's going to be pretty tricky to do. I'm not sure if I even want to tackle. I mean, I could do it. It's just going to take me time. So I think what I'm going to do is move on from those little details. And we'll see how much time we have towards the end, if that's something that I want to tackle. I got some orange. just going to add a little, I'm not really sure what those things are going to be just yet. I just adding a little bit of that color. Now, just before I move on, I think this is dry in here. I'm going to do just a tiny little glaze to, so I put a bit of glazing fluid here. And let's take a little bit of brown. Oops, I got a bit of blue on it. That's maybe okay. Let's just... Oh, of course it's something else. Always something a little bit different. Technology, Okay, what's going on here? There we go. Okay, weird. Okay, what was I going to do? I was going to take this glazing fluid here, just to kind of give a bit of this shadow, kind of a little bit of a dusty-ish kind of quality here. And maybe, I like how he's sort of doing some... Okay. What just on earth? Okay, goofy. Okay, so let's take this glaze. I'm just going to get maybe a little bit more, a little darker. Like you can kind of stain certain parts, make it a little bit darker in certain places, etc. Okay, I think I'll reserve that kind of thing until later, because I'm going to do that on the building. So let's move on from that ship, and let's start focusing on this building down here. Now we've got this brown that we've used before. We used for the up there. So now we can I'm going to take this same brown. I give a little bit more yellow to it. Add a little bit of white to it as well. And let's just see. Okay. Yeah, actually this brush should be okay. So just going over some of the brighter side of the building. Should be a bit lighter, but I can always lighten it up later on. Sometimes you don't know what color you have until you start putting it on the painting. And since things are also a little bit different between my painting and his at this point too, so trying to get mix the exact color that he was using here might be fine, but then when we put it on our painting it looks a little bit different, right? So let's just take, I'm going to add a little bit darker color here. Just start getting some shadowy areas in. Okay, that's okay. These shadows, I think, they are going to be a little bit darker, but it's always easier to darken things than it is to lighten things. So I always sort of just start putting color in, and then as I go, I can, modify those colors, and I just need to get something to work from. Like often when I'm doing this kind of thing, it's almost like I'm just testing, right? I'm like laying a color in, and I kind of put, even though the colors should be the same in different places, I try slightly different colors in different places just to see how what they look like. Because I might be originally very happy with a color in one place, and then I try it slightly different color elsewhere, and like, ooh, you know what? I think that is closer to what I want. It's interesting, there are a bunch of different planes in here, surfaces that are angled slightly differently, which is actually kind of a good thing. It kind of takes a bit of pressure off, because you can have a little bit of differentiation in these different in your shadows and highlights without it seeming a little bit odd. Now, I imagine when he was painting all of this stuff, he was having a blast. Like, I can imagine it being very fun to kind of, like, I think he had some level of a plan as he was working on this. But I think he also gave himself quite a lot of leeway to, you know, if he was like, you know, let's say he dropped his paintbrush right there. He was like, you know what? Okay, I'm going to put a tower there to kind of solve that problem. And likewise, you should feel the same kind of freedom to, you know, build things in this image wherever you might like to put them. The other thing too is we can use glazing to darken and highlight certain parts of this painting after we've painted a bunch of stuff in here. So if you're, that's why I'm not too concerned with trying to like match colors or you know, add variety to the colors in my shadows and etc. Because that's all things that are pretty easy to do really quickly with a glaze, and it makes things look really nice afterwards. So. So I'm kind of, my brown, I'm running out of brown, so I'm just sort of trying to extend what I have on here before I mix more, because it's just easier to do that than mix another one. So I'm just, so my thing's got a bit of a dry brush quality here. Okay, I'm just going to continue putting like little windows and things on here. Painting windows on buildings is time consuming, and but it does, you know, really help with the believability of of a space. Those windows keep getting longer and longer as I go here. These are pretty sloppy windows, for sure. I can also tune these up later on. And this is that same dark color we mixed earlier with warm blue, cool red, and cool yellow. Okay. So it might be worth now just taking a couple minutes to put some brown in the rocks. So just going to mix a bit more brown here. I might need to just do a big mix again. Nice fresh paint, beautiful. And it is a bit on the cooler, darker side, so I'm just taking that cool color that I just mentioned, mixing it in. Okay. And then that's the lowest that goes. Quickly putting in some rocks. And then each time I have like a darker color on my brush. Sometimes I just go over a few different things and Okay. So I think what I want to do now is the green on the sort of tin roof or whatever. So let's zoom out just so we can see where we are in this painting. Okay. Let me see. Okay, so for that green, we're going to mix. I need a brush. We're going to make a. Let's mix it right down here with next to our blue. So we've got warm blue and warm yellow together. Give us this really nice grassy green, because they're almost opposite one another on the color wheel, so they have, you know, a kind of a brownish quality already. Although now that I'm looking, sorry, I was just I didn't even look at the original. You know what? That color he's using is much colder green. Let's see if I add some white to this. I wonder if I add a little bit of cool blue. We need a bit more white. I think that's actually pretty close to the side that's got the highlight on it. It looks much more yellow than it does on camera than it does to me in person. So we'll see. And then I think I'll mix a little bit of. Actually, let's even just put a bit of that in there right now. As we darken it, I'm going to use some of my darker color anyway. So, where do we want this? Right? You see how kind of like you're like, oh my goodness, that's going to be way too bright, and then you put it on here, and it's like, oh no, it's not bright enough. That's painting in a nutshell. Okay. Now I'm taking this darker color, mixing it in. Definitely went a little bit too dark, but I'm just going to keep on going with it. Again, if I want, I can always modify any of these colors later on. It's just really important for me to be able to get paint onto the canvas to see things. You know, you can spend all day long just mixing color, and never applying that color onto the canvas, and then because you're so afraid of getting the wrong color there. Like, I'd rather just mix a color, put it on there, see what it looks like, and then make changes afterwards. Like, course correct. Otherwise, I can just be paralyzed with just mixing and mixing and mixing. And I notice that when I'm painting, teaching in person. Gosh, when was the last time I did that? That was a year and a half ago. When I'm painting in person, there's always a number of people that I'll walk around and I see, you know, they should be, you know, halfway done the painting by now, and they're still just frantically mixing and mixing and mixing, unhappy with the colors they've got and getting upset at themselves. And just say, just doesn't matter, just put it down, put the color down, and then we can, once it's there, we can see what we've got. But it's easy to say that if you've never, you know, if you're, from my perspective, it's harder to do that if you're just sort of getting started, and all of this just seems so complicated. So yeah, you know, I actually kind of like that color there. It's definitely, it's not the original, but if I stop looking at the original and just look at my painting, like, kind of, it works. And as I've said many times, my own personal color palette tends to be brighter and more colorful than most others. So now I'm not sure how I want to deal with this big pink diamond shape that's up there. Amy says, very cool painting. And Joshua says, lovely painting you got there. I had to leave because my phone died, but I noticed the music is a lot slower than usual. A lot slower? Oh, I'm not sure. Let's see. Oh, you're right. It is. error here. Not sure what happened. It might have just been me banging around on the keyboard. Let me know if that adjusts the music to a better tempo there. I think it's very smart of him to put that little building on the other side there. I think it's just kind of, it's cool having little something extra on the other side of that mountain. It's all part of like his world building, is that there's things that are happening that are always just, you know, a little bit outside of view, that aren't explained, and it just makes you think that there's, you know, just like in our world, you know, there's, you know, we go to work and we have jobs and we have families, but we might not know what's happening in the house right next to us, or the business right next to us, or the classroom right next to us, etc. And so I love that he, you know, if you look at the Dinotopia books, like especially, you know, he's got these like crowd scenes where the dinosaurs are going through a town, and there's often, you know, all sorts of things happening in the periphery. You know, people arguing and yelling and kissing and shouting. You know, like, I love all that stuff. I think it's just absolutely brilliant. Okay. I'm gonna continue. I want to do a bit more painting on here. So I'm going to take this brown I had, and I'm going to make some more lighter. Oh, that's kind of nice, actually. Just take a bit more white. See how I'm often kind of just making a bunch of different colors and side by side, and therefore when I'm going back to my palette, I can kind of just dip into whatever color I want at the time. And thanks for pointing that out, Joshua. Obviously I can't hear the music myself, so I rely on you guys watching to help me out. Because if I was playing the music, all you'd hear would be echoing. Not sure about this color that I'm putting down here right now. Actually, it's not bad now that I look up. Sometimes, you know, my face is you know, smooshed into the painting here, hovering above it, and then you think like, I'm not sure. And you just have to kind of like lean back a little bit and see if you can see the painting a little bit more distance. And sometimes that makes all the difference. Okay. So this is all great, but this building also now feels like it's kind of pretty warm, right? It doesn't feel like it exists in this cold climate. So I'm going to have to do a little bit of cooling down here of things, adding snow clumps and things on there. There's also a lot of like blue reflected light in the shadow particularly that I need more of. So speaking of which, let's do some well, let me get these areas here maybe just before I move on. So as I'm kind of going around, I'm just taking a lot of liberty to just paint some of these colors around the painting that may or may not, you know, obviously I've kind of long ago decided I'm not really super concerned with nailing all of the colors in here. And I'm not going to be able to do all the detail because I like to be done in about 1 hour or less, right? So, but having like just these little blocks of different color, even in the shadow, just helps give it an air that there's complexity that is kind of unseen, things that are a little bit off. We can't see all the detail because we're kind of so far away, so. This big clump of snow I'll put up here. Kind of cheating a little bit with just these these dark lines outlining rather than mixing colors for all that, just for the sake of time. But ideally I'd be doing maybe a little bit more, spending a little bit more time trying to get some fidelity in these colors, but and all these complex spaces. But okay, let's. I'm going to go down into the rocks, mixing this dark color, what's left of it, with some brown, and just give a little bit of some darker edges to some of these rocks down in here. I'm not putting it everywhere, I'm just trying to simulate a little bit of shadow. Okay. So let's take this brown, and I'm going to mix it in with a little bit of cool blue and white. Let's do a bit more of each. Should use a smaller brush for this. So remember I was saying there's this cool reflected light coming up onto this back side of the building here. That's what I'm attempting to capture a little bit of. It's pretty roughly mixed color, but don't mind it so much. It does really kind of quickly help make it a little bit more believable, this side of the building. In fact, I may even glaze a little bit with it because I'm liking the way it looks so much. So I'm just going to take a bit of glazing fluid. Let's put it on that color I just mixed. So this color is mostly dry, right? There's not a lot of color that I can get out of it, which means my color should be nice and mostly transparent. So I'm putting this into a lot of the shadows here. I like the way that it looks. It's kind of taking some of the punch out of the shadows. So I may have to darken them again, but once I do some dark windows and stuff on that side there, I think it'll improve. Makes a big difference, eh? Needs to stretch out. There we go. I'm going to fix this. I think I'll just put some, it's kind of confusing that side of the building. Okay, so I'm going to work on this building for probably another 10 minutes, and then I'm going to work on the mountains for probably another 10 minutes, 20 minutes, because I'm going to start as I get closer to wrapping up here. Obviously, there's just only so much I can do in a limited amount of time. I know I'm definitely taking some pretty big liberties with his original painting there, so my apologies to the original artist, but you know, I kind of do this with everyone's art anyway, right? It's also a process of just making it your own. So all this kind of outlining is definitely kind of a bit of a lazy way of creating depth, because light and dark, because I rather than you know, mixing all these carefully, these colors carefully, I'm just putting lines on everything to define them, which, you know, I had a few painting instructors back in college that would be upset with me, but because they would say I'm drawing and not painting, and that I'd rather that it's better to show all this with paint rather than using lines to create all these different spaces. But let's darken some windows a bit. Well, there's that too. Okay, one more little building thing here. Okay. So, just taking a look, just a second here, before I move on, just take a sip of tea. like, just looking at the painting on its own right now, I feel pretty happy with it. It's certainly not done, but I feel like, you know, I'm close to kind of achieving what I want to do with it. Now, I still need to do some work in the mountains and stuff, and the snow. But this is not bad, not bad. Okay. Whew. Stretch those legs a little bit. My goodness. People forget how difficult painting can be on your body. It's tough sometimes, eh? Okay. So, where should I focus my energies on here? Just looking at the original and how I can clean this up. I think I'm going to make... Let's just start doing it rather than talking about it. We'll figure it out as we paint it. So I'm going to get there's green on there. I'm going to mix a little bit of purple again. Oops. So I'm going to mix this purple. Clean that off my brush. Take some white. Thinking about just getting rid of a bunch of stuff over here. Yeah, I think I'm just going to erase this mountain. So now I'm just taking some white, and I had some purple I mixed in there. I'm going to turn this into like more clouds and stuff. I think, like, yeah, just in terms of my time, I don't think I'll be able to do all of this. So let's just some of the heavier parts, just putting more white on it. Let that dry. Now, while that's drying, just smooth this out. You don't have to cover it up completely because it'll kind of just look like texture of things underneath anyway. But okay, while that's drying, we need to do some more of the, what was it, of what, cool blue, warm blue, mostly white. This kind of shadowy area here. Now let's take a look at that. And maybe what I'll do now that I got this color, just these kind of little marbling effect here. Just putting it down and maybe blend a bit of it out. I don't know how I feel about that, but I'm just going to keep on going here. So let's just take some of this blue. I'm going to glaze with it. So this is really a light blue. Let's darken. Should need a bit more warm blue. Okay, so I'm going to do a little bit of darker snow in the foreground. So I'm taking my warm blue and mixing that in. We'll do a few gradations of this. Pretty subtle. So I keep on adding more and more warm blue to this mixture that was cool blue and warm blue. And it becomes more and more purpley and darker. Some snow now on the building itself. I like this light hitting the back side of that of the mountain, kind of coming in behind everything. I think that's actually quite a nice little feature that he put in there. Wrist on the bottom there, gumming things up. Okay, so let's I'm gonna move to let's get some more white. So taking all this white, let's mix this together here with more warm. Some snow. Here's some of the highlights of this snow. Feels nice to start building some of that snow on top of the structure here. Okay. Okay, I want to actually go darker down here. Oh, thank you, Joshua. I see you made a contribution in the super chat on the stream. I really appreciate that. That's very cool. Joshua says, also here is a donation. Thank you for doing a live stream every Thursday and Tuesday. Every time I listen, I am able to understand painting itself. That's great. That makes me so happy to hear that, Joshua. I love the paintings you've been making. It makes me so excited to see all of the work you've been doing. You really inspire me. All of the paint, you're always uploading every couple of days a new painting to the Facebook page. So, you really, you've got a lot of motivation, and I think it's really encouraging other people in the group to also be more active and more, you know, to be making more artworks more frequently. So thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Joshua. Okay. Let's now give some even brighter highlights onto here. I need more white. Mostly white, I think. You know, my painting definitely has a bit more yellowy stuff going on underneath, but I'm digging it. So actually, I'm gonna add a little bit of yellow back into this area here. So I'm taking some white with just a little bit of the warm yellow. Painting it onto this far mountain side here. Just a bit of it down here too. It just gives it that glow from the bright sun kind of hitting the snow. So this is just white with a little bit of warm yellow in it. And you can see it makes a really nice you really just feel the sunset on the side of the mountain here. You know, it's definitely, I'm obvious, again, as I said many times, my own personal style tends to have amped up colors, and paint a little bit of that this yellow a little bit further into the background here on some of these mountains. Okay, so now let's, as we're getting closer to the end, what desperately needs to be done that I'm overlooking? This gem thing here. So we have, let's zoomed out for a while. Let's zoom in. I think it's some giant crystal, maybe like a lighthouse kind of like thing. So it's looks a little strange there right now. We'll let's go a little bit darker on one side. So I'm going to take my cool red. Let's take a little bit of this darker color. Oops, probably a little much. Well, maybe. Yeah, it's going to be too dark. So I'm going to wipe that off. Just some full strength cool red. This is, I'm not sure what I'm doing right here. Not sure about that. Kind of looks like an explosion happening on there, but maybe we can put some pillars around it or something like he has in order to make it make a little more sense here. If we see, what I was trying to do is to use up that white that I had put down there, so I was kind of playing with that shape. So I think I'm going to leave that for a few minutes. Oh, sorry, I'm just touching up little things elsewhere here. tiny little bit of an outline there, just to help people understand what this is. It's some kind of tower, put a few windows on it. Let's do the same to this one. We'll put this white, like when you put white down, it tends to kind of, it goes on really bright and then it kind of slowly dies away a bit. Sometimes you have to go back in and add more to it. Which reminds me, that's something that Thomas Kincaid said often. It's like always, like you can never add enough white. Like you just have to keep on putting more and more and more on there. And again, we mentioned right off the top that Thomas Kincaid and James Gurney were friends at one point, and painted together, traveled together. I think it's so interesting. I love stories of friendships between artists. I find it like so fascinating to think of, like, oh wow, so and so were friends. Wow, it's so interesting. Like, what unlikely companions, kind of thing. You know what I'm noticing that I didn't even think about. I didn't really obviously look at this thing too clearly. This kind of big crystal, this should be more faceted. Like it should have more angular shapes here. It's kind of a little bit of sloppy thing. Trying to make it look a little bit abnormal, like it's not a perfect shape, which I think is what he's got there. It's not totally perfect. Obviously, again, he's got it sitting on a kind of a bowl, or it's kind of built right in there. I don't have time to get all that done. I'd like to be done here very most in about 15 minutes. Let's do some of the cables on the ship. So to do some of those cables, I'm going to put a little bit of slow dry medium just to help with the brushability of the paint. It'll make it go on a little bit easier, especially since this, well, I guess this white, it's been fairly fresh. But also it's going to be a little bit more transparent, which is not bad, because to do all of these like cables, I probably don't want them to be super thick and bright. So a little bit of transparency, I think, is going to be a good thing. as they dry, they're going to get the whiteness, the brightness of it is going to disappear a little bit. Let me see. I'm not going to put as many ropes on here as he did. Keep checking my hand to make sure I don't have any paint on there that's going to smudge all over the place. Okay, do I want to do these propellers? Yeah, I think so. So to do the propellers, I'm going to put do the same thing on the other side, just hint at it. Just adding these a little bit extra white to this yellow here just to give it a bit of a highlight. Maybe I'm going to, let's do a little bit of sandbags. I'm just going to take some yellow and white. A few things like that on there. Take the same approach. I'm going to put a little highlight on the... Okay. What else? I haven't used a single drop of black paint in this painting, by the way. Paula says, "What is that in the tower? It looks like a fire." I don't think it's a fire. I think it's like a big gemstone or a rock. You know that's. Oh, I didn't even notice the other one down here as well. You know, it's obviously, you know, it's part of the world that he created. you know, I didn't have the opportunity to kind of build out all of this shape, so mine probably looks more like a fire on there. I should I have painted the... Let me think about that. Feeling better about all that. I think I want to just put a few more lines on the balloon here. Just going to my dark brown again. It's pretty subtle. I don't want to overdo it, so... Okay, I think I'm almost out of my allotted time here, so I want to just do a little, you know, I don't know, I want to touch up a little bit there, just give it a little bit of a cloud quality going across. So I have this dark color from before. And I'm just going to glaze a little bit glazing fluid in there. Let's get a bit of a bigger brush for this. Dark. Sometimes it's like, ah, nothing's happening, I gotta go darker, and then you go dark, you're like, whoa, that's too dark. Okay, let's see if I can steal a little bit of purple. Is there still a little bit of purple on there? No. So I'm going to mix a bit more. It's too dark, obviously. So I'll just clean the brush off. Do this again. I'll take a bit of purple, some white, making sure to put a bit of that on the other side so that it carries across. You know, obviously, again, I know that this is not exactly what he did, and I took away a whole mountain range here, but sometimes you have to make adjustments like this in your painting in order to make it work, right? Very purple over here, so I think I'm just gonna take a bit of cool blue and white. Okay. Just looking at this painting now. I might be done. I just want to clarify. That area there. Oops. Let's get just some white here. Maybe even take a bit of the cool yellow there. Or sorry, that's the warm yellow with white that I just put on there. I just felt there was a little bit of confusion as to where that ended. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there is a lot more that I would love to do on this painting. I would love to do, you know, stuff on the roofs, all of the black lines there. I'd love to spend some time doing bricks on here. That would be super fun. More detail in the rocks. So I could see, again, you know, about 2 hours ago, I said, you know, this would be a good time to stop, and this would be a good underpainting. This would be another good time to stop, and I'm going to stop. If you wanted to then let this dry and then come back and add even more detail later on. That's how I get paint everywhere. Is I have my hands covered in paint, and then I start moving things around, and oh yeah. Oh, and yesterday it was James Gurney's birthday. So this is that's why we're painting this today. It's a bit of a belated birthday, but happy birthday to James Gurney. That's I'm actually quite pleasantly surprised. Oh, how did I get water down there? Spitting all over the. I'm pleasantly surprised by the way that this turned out. This is definitely was a challenge, and it's, you know, it's one of those things where I sometimes I pick these things thinking this will be, you know, volunteering myself for something that's going to be a little bit tricky and seeing if we can pull it off. And I'm happy, you know, as I said, there's definitely many things that I would change, but I wouldn't necessarily erase anything. I would just continue painting on it and do more to it. But I think it's pretty close to what The only thing that kind of drives me a little bit nuts is this, the dirigible or hot air balloon is kind of going up in this direction, and this thing is kind of going in this direction. So they're a little bit askew, if that makes any sense, right? Oh, Paula did the lines on the roof? No problem. Look at that. All-star. Okay, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me again. I thank you, Joshua, for your donation in the chat. If anyone else is interested in making a donation, large or small, you can also use PayPal. There's a link to a PayPal link down below. I just got brand new lights from some of the donations that were given to me last week, so that will improve things again. And I've ordered some another microphone, which you'll see hovering around here over the next few weeks, and so that I think arrives on Friday. So I really appreciate all of your contributions and your support. If you want to send a check or money order or an elephant, contact me through my email, or send through Facebook, or my emails on my website, etc. And all those links are down below in the video description. Let me see. Oops. On Thursday, we're doing a Miriam Shapiro painting, and I've already printed out the outlines for that painting and the next 5 paintings or so. The outlines are on the Dropbox, or in the Dropbox. There's a link for that below. You can download them, you can print them out, and then trace them out onto your canvases, as I did at the beginning of today's episode. That way, on Thursday, we can just launch right into the painting. I think that's all I got to say, folks. So thank you so much for joining me. We'll see you in a couple of days. Happy birthday to James Gurney, and thank you for being such an incredible artist, for sharing your talent with us. Again, great book. Can't recommend it enough. Anyone who's really seriously thinking about painting, even if you want to paint abstract, even if you want to paint whatever it is you want to paint, I think having a book like this that really goes pretty in-depth with color and how different light affects color and how light changes in shadows would be a great investment. I think it's like, there's a link to it in the description below. I think it's like $24 Canadian, which is like $5 American, and I'm sure you could find it a used copy as well, or at your local library, which is where that's from. I basically, my wife doesn't let me buy books anymore because we've got a whole giant shelf of books, so everything is from the library. So go to your local library, check out a great book, and we'll see you on Thursday. Take care, everyone. Have a great night, and we'll see you very, very soon again.